Okay, it's on. Alright. Yeah, no, that checks out. The mic is on, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Alrighty then. Time to finish off what I have started. Once again, I'm late by a few days. Or, no. 2 weeks. Okie dokie.
네가 이 음료 가게를 관리하고 있는 거야? 진작 알았으면 오전부터 왔을 텐데. 벌써 궁금해지는걸? 네 음료 제조 실력이 상당하다는 소문을 들었거든. 글램피디아가 준비한 재료로 과연 어떤 음료를 만들어내려나? 어쩔 수 없지. 중요한 일이 연달아 있거든. 먼저 기사단 전원이 참여하는 연례 전투 기술 평가가 있는데 이번에 평가 기준이 크게 높아졌어.
Hey Ratchet, what's up?
유격대 대장으로서 내가 모범을 보여야 하지 않겠어? 최소한 대장급 실전 대결에서 3위 안에는 들어야 해. 그래서 요즘 훈련을 계속 강화하고 있지. 죄인의 후예가 이 자리를 지키는 건 쉬운 일이 아니라고. 난 한 번도 직무를 소홀히 한 적 없어. 게다가 이전에 클로린드 씨와 몇 차례 겨루는 데에도 상당한 에너지를 쏟았지. 레이피어와 총의 이중 공격을 어떻게 막고 반격해야 할지, 어떻게 주도권을 빼앗을지 지금도 계속 곱씹는 중이야. 이번 교류 결과는 훌륭해. 양측 모두에게 큰 도움이 되고 있지. 서로 다른 관점의 보고서 6개? 24개도 받아들일 수 있어. 맞아. 기운을 북돋아주는 거라면 어떤 종류든 상관없어. 너한테 맡길게.
Alrighty, time to mix. Haven't done this event in a while. I think this is the 3rd time they've done this. And what's funny is that I recognize one of the assets from Star Rail. Small bits. Shake hard. Okay. Right here. This, more or less, is straight out of Honkai Star Rail. The last finishing touch they show you in such high quality.
유다 대장님을 위한 반짝이는 벼란을 나왔습니다. 드셔보세요. 말투를 보니 자신 있나 보네. 그럼 어디 맛을 봐볼까?
Speaking of Star Rail, I wonder how that game's going. I heard that they're giving off more free characters.
좋은데?
Sounds like they're
달콤하고 톡
desperate.
쏘는 게 상쾌한 느낌이야.
Yeah, well, they ain't getting my attention anymore. The game, Star Rail.
한 잔으로 모자란데.
Yeah, pretty
조금 더
much
강한 걸로
the gameplay
한
has
잔
fallen
마시겠어?
off.
조심스럽게 굴 필요 없어. 두어 잔에 쓰러질 정도로 약하진
It should have been
않다고.
a hack and slash like its predecessor. But then again, you don't often see turn-based games, do you? Unless you're a Pokemon fan or Digimon fan. Or Final Fantasy? No.
맞아. 상인이 바다 이슬꽃 과일 추출 원액이라고 부르더라. 향이 엄청 독특해. 너도 한 병 줄게. 이건 필수적인 예의범절에 필요한 거야. 메기스터스 씨가 빌려준 검무자의 20년 후라는 책에 이렇게 적혀 있어. 폰타인의 검객들은 검을 겨룬 뒤 승자가 예의를 갖춰 패자를 대접한다. 클로린드 씨를 품격 있게 대접하려고 한참 찾아다니다가 돈만항구에서 희깊은 상인을 만나 이 절판된 물건을 구할 수 있었지. 처음엔 나도 의심했어. 근데 엠버가 그러더라. 폰타인에 실제로 이런 관습이 없더라도 이건 우리가 폰타인의 문화를 열심히 공부했다는 증거가 된다고. 그리고 다 떠나서 새로운 미식을 싫어하는 사람은 없잖아? 한 검술 교류 후 모임 자리에서 클로린드 씨가 이걸 아주 맛있어 하시더라.
Unusual juice.
요즘의 식사? 그걸 말하려면 보급소대의 새로운 성과부터 얘기해야 해. 보급소대가 기사식당 개선 프로젝트를 시작하면서 우리 같은 야외작전 소대에게 표준화된 통조림을 배급하기 시작했거든. 예전엔 건조식량만 받아서 식사 때마다 냄비와 불을 준비하고 주사위를 굴려 요리 담당을 정하고 나머지는 교대로 경기를 서야 했어. 번거로웠지. 하지만 이제는 표준 전장 보급품 세트만 챙기면 돼. 통조림 5개랑 종이팩 9개가 들어있어서 모닥불 옆에서 데우기만 하면 끝이지. 너도 확신은 없지? 통조림 공급업체 평판도 꽤 괜찮고 일반 통조림은 맛도 나쁘지 않아. 문제는 군용 통조림은 오래 보관 가능하도록 만들다 보니까 너무 짜다는 거야.
Doesn't it
짓궂은
always?
농담을 좋아하는 오소대의 부대장은 이렇게 평가했지. 이 통조림을 여는 순간 리월의 조왕신이 쳐들어올걸? 아무튼 일주일 동안 통조림만 먹었더니 미각이 완전 마비돼 버렸어. 보급소대를 탓할 순 없지. 모두의 입맛을 맞추긴 어려우니까. 피드백을 제출했으니 부족한 점도 곧 개선될 거야. 물론 야영지에서 소대 전속 요리사가 만든 신선한 음식을 먹는 게 제일이지만 좀 복잡한 상황이 있었어. 어떤 엔지니어 도적단이 기계 제어 기술을 개발해서 유적 가디언을 조종해 상단을 약탈하려 들었거든. 게다가 돈만항구에 상주하던 노기사 몇 명이 내 부대로 배속됐는데 로렌스가의 아가씨인 나를 인정하려 들지 않았지.
Some folks
임무
still
수행
not over
과정에도
that.
우여곡절이 많았어. 눈밭에서 불도 못 피우고 추위에 떨며 3주간 잠행해서 겨우 적의 거점을 찾아냈거든? 그런데 선배들 몸이 얼어붙어서 적이 밀수한 전투기계에 당할 뻔했지 뭐야. 다행히 전투가 무사히 끝나서 다들 날 인정해줬지만 나? 전혀 문제 없지. 걱정해줘서 고마워.
One of these days, everybody at Mondstadt better stop picking on, or not picking, stop looking at Eula just because of her clan name.
그때는 마음고생을 하긴 했지만
At least
이번
it's more,
작전으로
it's
선배들도 진이 빠졌을
more
테니
than
더 이상 나를 책잡진 않을 거야.
more than half the population already enjoys Eula's company. How much she has
앞으로 나한테
contributed to
시비거릴 힘이
Mondstadt,
있으면 이 선배들한테
and that
지도를
she's nothing
맡길까 봐
like
문제를 단번에 해결할 수 있을 거야.
what her family clan used to be.
솔직히 클로린드 씨와 대결하기 전에는 엄청 설렜어. 조금 긴장되기도 했고. 클로린드 씨의 전투 요파는 신비한 그림자 사냥꾼이거든. 도서관에 있는 100년 전 폰타인 신문에도 그 조직의 막강함이 언급돼 있어. 심지어 몇 년 전 신문에는 이런 글도 있었어. 클로린드 씨가 어느 해저 왕국의 마지막 자손이라 전투 전 의식을 발동해 검의 영혼을 깃들게 한다는 거야. 뒷이야기는 모르지만 클로린드 씨의 실력을 볼 때 그 기사는 과장이 아니었어. 음료에 검술 요소를 담는다고? 꽤 창의적인 생각이네. 그런 기념 칵테일이라면 한 잔 마셔보고 싶은걸? 하지만 음료로 그걸 어떻게 표현하려고? 책에서 본 묘사와 일치해. 일리 있어. 역시 전문가답네. 티바트에서 이런 해석을 할 수 있는 사람은 너밖에 없을 거야.
That's pretty much
그렇게
Eula
예술적으로
style.
표현 안 해도 돼. 난 그냥 왕실료파의 페보니우스 검수를 변형한 거에 약간의 해석을 더한 것뿐이니까. 불의 물! 최근 몇 년 사이에 스네즈나야 상인 덕분에 불의 물이 각지에서 유행하기 시작했어. 웬만한 술집에선 이걸 베이스로 한 메뉴를 볼 수 있지. 정말 대단해. 그럼 베이스를 과일주에서 불의 물로 바꿔볼까? 도수라면 문제 없어. 원정대 동료들이 불의 물에 픽픽 쓰러지긴 했지만 난 자신 있다고.
Heftier. 오케이.
좋아. 그럼 네 두 번째 즉흥 공연을 시작해봐.
Let's see it. Flower juice. Cut into any size. Let's do small. Shake hard. Medium or large goblet? Let's try large. Actually, maybe, yeah. How about large? It says medium or large, so it doesn't matter. Any garnish except star salt. Yeah, I'll go with that.
유라 씨의 취향에 맞춘 신메뉴 물보라 건모공 나왔습니다. 우와, 색깔 정말 예쁘다. 아까 말한 바다 이슬꽃 과일즙도 들어간 거야?
Oh yeah, no.
향도
Looking
훌륭하네.
upon closer inspection,
강렬하면서도
it's
과일향이
definitely
어우러져
out of
있어. 한번
Star Rail.
마셔볼게.
The way how the color blends.
우와, 잠깐만. 이건 어떤 단어로 칭찬할지 고민해봐야겠는걸? 숙녀로서 이러면 안 되는데 우아하게 천천히 음미해야 맞지만 하지만 맛이 너무 좋아. 실례할게. 한 잔 더 부탁해도 될까?
She's drunk now.
아까 뭐라고 칭찬하려 했더라?
Well, she did say she doesn't mind what level of alcohol she wants.
아무튼 지금 컨디션 진짜 좋아. 이제 집에서 푹 자야겠어. 걱정 마. 이건 몇 년 만에 최고로 기분 좋은 취기야. 만취하려면 멀었다고. 클로린드 씨와의 대결을 되짚어보고 보고서까지 작성하면 3개월 연속 근무 달성이야. 신단장 대행 그 녀석. 나한테 휴가 좀 줘야 하는 거 아닌가? 이 원한 조만간 꼭 갚아주겠어.
Oh dear. Alright, who's the last one then? Oh no, there's multiple. I didn't. The page only looked. It was like cut out. I thought it was only 4. Okay. That reminds me. Apparently, there is a special program for ZZZ, but I did not see the date. Excuse me. But that also means 2 weeks from now? Yeah, 2 weeks from now, the update will go live.
역시. 주변을 거닐다가 익숙한 기운이 느껴져서 와본 건데 역시 너였구나. 샤를로트 씨가 이 장면을 봤으면 사진을 수백 장씩 찍어가서 이런 기사를 썼을 거야. 여행자의 아르바이트 생활, 돈 주고도 못 구하는 스페셜 음료.
That's definitely a headline she would
각종
write.
신문의 헤드라인에 네가 도배되고 수많은 폰타인 관광객이 몰려와 여기가 발 디딜 틈 없이 붐비겠지. 다행히 이번에는 내가 샤를로트 씨의 동행 요청을 거절해서 그런 상황은 발생하지 않을 거야. 이 한가로운 순간에 기뻐하자고. 그럼 불꽃 캐러멜의 씨 한 잔 부탁할게. 나한테 물어볼 게 많은 표정이네. 침착하고 여유롭군. 이 일에는 꽤 경험이 있는 모양이네.
Small pieces. Shake properly. And then what kind of... Okay. Somehow I feel drunk just looking at that. Thank goodness I'm not a fan of alcohol.
주문하신 불꽃
I prefer
캐러멜
something
맛이
sweet
나왔습니다.
anyways.
맛있게 드세요.
이름 그대로군. 불꽃 같은 색감에 향도 꽤 강렬해. 조금 독하군. 괜찮아. 적응할 시간이 조금 필요할 뿐이야. 술은 작년에 나비아가 초대해준 와인 시음회에서 40가를 한 모금 맛본 게 마지막이었거든. 근데 이게 훨씬 독하네. 이성적으로 보면 알코올은 정신을 흐리게 하고 일을 방해하니 안 마시는 게 맞아. 근데 프리나 씨가 항구로 마중 나오면서 몬드를 술과 시의 나라라고 하시더라고. 이왕 왔으니 이곳의 특색을 조금 맛보는 것도 좋겠지. 게다가 전에
Yeah,
나와 겨뤘던
the
유라 대상은
champion
뛰어난 술
Fontaine,
감독사라고 들었어.
and also the duelist slash executioner for when I don't know if they still keep that tradition, but for when people try to stand trial, and then they'll be like, I would like to how did it go again? Like the person who's guilty, they can request a duel, and should they win, they get to walk off no problem. But chances of that is always zero of them surviving,
폰타인
because
본토에서는
our
이미 생산이
duelist champion
중단되어
here
해외에만 재고가 남아 있는
fights them.
바다이슬꽃 과일집까지 내게 선물해줬지. 상대에게 최대한의 경의를 표하기 위해서라도 몬드의 수를 더 이해할 필요가 있어. 고마워. 그럼 부탁할게. 오, 벌써 의뢰를 끝냈나 보군. 빠르네. 폰타인으로 돌아가면 시그윈한테 새 향수 살 준비를 하라고 전해줘야겠어. 잘 아는 건 아니야. 몬드로 오는 길에 우연히 같은 배를 타게 돼서 잠깐 이야기를 나눴지. 전에 시그윈이 그 사람 작품을 자주 칭찬했는데 이번에 직접 대화해보니 정말 흔치 않은 담백한 사람이더라. 온화하고 침착하면서도 타인과 적당한 거리를 유지할 줄 알아. 아마 직업적인 이유겠지. 마음의 평온을 유지하기 좋은 이상적인 상태라고 생각해. 고마워. 하지만 일부러 친해질 자리를 만들어줄 필요는 없어. 일적으로든 친구 관계로든 겹치는 부분이 거의 없거든. 자연스럽게 두는 게 나아. 평소에 업무 시간엔 주로 커피를 마시고 식사할 땐 가벼운 풍선귤 주스를 곁들이는 편이야. 난 고기 요리를 자주 먹는데 새콤한 주스가 느끼함을 덜어주더라고. 시간이 지나면서 습관이 됐지. 오늘 교류가 끝난 뒤에 친절한 기사들이 몬드의 특색 요리를 대접해줬어. 8가지 고기 요리를 맛봤는데 전부 훌륭하더라. 양도 많고 고기 질도 좋고 불 조절도 완벽했어. 물론 개선의 여지도 있었지. 허니 캐럿 그릴이나 노피 쌓기 같은 경우에는 타지 손님을 위한 버전은 소스 맛을 조금 약하게 해도 좋을 것 같아.
Oh, I
붉은
imagine.
한정이라면 맞아. 이 식사로만 3일치 칼로리를 먹어서 이후의 식사 초대는 모두 거절했어. 지금은 느끼함을 해소하는 게 급선무야. 뭔가 방법이 있겠지. 맞아. 코드네임 헤이즐넛 03이랑 헤이즐넛 05인 기사가 이 휘장을 선물해줬어. 디자인이 이런 기념 휘장은 중요한 손님한테 증정되는 용도로 디자인이 막 정해졌다고 들었어. 네 건 아직도 설계 중이래. 맞아. 나도 멜모니아궁 직원의 이름을 전부 기억하진 못해. 하지만 너도 언젠간 만나게 될 거야. 딱 봐도 경험 많은 베테랑이던데? 행정직인데도 갑옷을 입고 출근하더라. 내 일을 처리한 뒤엔 술집으로 갔어. 누가 더 잘 마시는지 어젯밤의 대결을
You know, I just had a
마무리했다면서
thought.
말이야.
Just a quick thought. For the custom character, they should, maybe in the future, they should make a whatchamacallit, a Mondstadt Knight uniform.
전날 밤 맥주를 그만큼 마시고도 다음날 멀쩡히 출근하는 데다 실수도 안 한다니.
And then the same thing for the Leeway's military, civil something, their uniform as well.
몬드 사람들은 겉으론 자유분방해 보여도 술을 마실 때 선을 지킬 줄 아는 것 같아. 대단해.
Yeah, they should do that. A guard uniform from each region for the custom character.
몬드에 도착한 첫날 오전부터 여기저기 돌아다녔지. 나비아가 찾아봤는데 테이블 극단의 여러 배경 및 일러스트의 모티브가 몬드성이라고 하더군. 하지만 실제 몬드의 분위기는 대본 속 성과 많이 달랐어. 그 중에서도 가장 인상적이었던 건 검과 방패의 기운이었지. 아마 내가 대장간과 훈련장을 주로 둘러봐서 그런 거 아닐까? 최근 몬드에서 제작된 무기와 갑옷은 폰타인과 전혀 다른 열 처리 방식을 사용해서 표면의 탄수 함량이 더 높아. 강도는 조금 떨어졌지만 충격 저항력은 크게 올라갔지. 마치 오래 끓인 커피? 거기다 이런 느낌 덕분에 첫인상이 좋았지. 폰타인 특유의 방식으로 만든 합금은 마코트풀 성분이 들어간 보호제로 관리하거든. 시간이 지나면 그 은은한 향이 지나치게 달아서 이가 시릴 정도야. 하지만 몬드의 검과 방패에서는 그런 불편한 기운이 느껴지지 않더군. 물론 이것도 해결 방법은 있어. 다음에 폰타인에서 만날 때 물처럼 가벼운 질감에 불필요한 향이 첨가되지 않은 보호제를 추천해줄게. 너도 달콤한 향이 오래 나는 걸 안 좋아하면 분명 마음에 들 거야.
Hint of sourness.
설마 벌써 우리한테 뭘 대접할지 생각하고 있는 거야? 지금까지의 경험으로 보면 내가 감당할 수 있는 도수는 에밀리 씨와 비슷할 거야. 과일 리큐르 정도가 아닐걸. 그때는 이런 음료를 준비해두는 게 좋겠어.
Something fruitier. Okay.
그래, 나도 마음의 준비는 됐어. 술이 조금 독하더라도 최대한 다 마셔볼게.
No, don't force it. Or she'll end up like Eula. Any size? Ah, that's it. Okay. Star salt. Okay, yeah. Just making sure. Geez, the amount of times I've seen caramel being used.
여유로운 뇌강입니다.
Now I want some caramel.
결투 대리인 전용
Maybe I should get a vanilla
칵테일이에요.
ice cream and caramel sauce.
과일 맛이 들어간 은은한 술인가? 맛이 좋네. 나한테 딱이야. 소금의 은은한 짠맛과 과일의 새콤한 맛, 부드러운 캐러멜의 단맛이 어우러져서 절묘한 균형을 이루고 있어. 이름도 칵테일 색깔이랑 잘 어울리네. 뇌광이라는 단어도 불꽃이랑 매치되는 느낌이고. 근데 이름에 왜 여유가 붙은 거지? 그렇구나. 확실히 이 칵테일이 주는 느낌과 잘 어울리네. 이 독특한 향과 맛은 몬드에서의 기억 중에 가장 중요한 부분으로 남을 것 같아. 기회가 된다면 카페나 드보르 호텔에서 다시 한번 바텐더를 해보는 건 어때? 개인적으로 네 걸작을 다시 맛보고 싶은 마음도 있고 나비아랑 쿠리나 씨도 마셔보면 좋을 것 같아서.
Oh gosh, she already finished it.
그래, 강요하진 않을게. 어쨌든 대접해줘서 고마워. 이제 유라 씨와의 대결에서 얻은 수확을 정리할 때든 기사들과 체계적인 전술을 논할 때든 최상의 컨디션을 유지할 수 있겠어.
Excellent. Another satisfied customer. You know what's not satisfying though? EA just laid off tons of people despite Battlefield 6 being successful. Not sure why. Oh, and another controversy within Activision Blizzard has happened. Well, can I even call it a can I even call it that? Not really. But more like somebody left the company and spilled the beans how really bad it is behind the scenes. I mean, that's to no one's surprise. But hey, at least people are coming back to Overwatch. You know, apparently I heard it's slowly recovering. Still, Scott, it still needs to fix the bridge that it broke. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals still doing good. Oh, and speaking of free to play of such, I was almost reconsidering reinstalling Fortnite because I'm sure you're aware a special VTuber from Hololive has made an appearance yesterday. And I don't know if I mentioned this because I don't say it, I don't give a shout out that often, but I love Hololive. And never did I expected that Epic Games would, I don't know how it went down, how it goes down, whether it's Epic Games or Hololive, whoever approached each other first, they made it into a reality. But what's funny is that Epic Games did ask to the public, like, who would they love to see appear in Fortnite? Yeah. And I guess the deal was done. So yeah, I was tempted, but then I remember the game requires an Epic account in order to play, and I'm not a fan of that still. I mean, yeah, it's not a hassle. It's easy and it's simple. Yes, I know it's simple to make an Epic Games account, but making one account just for one game that's free to play. I remember back when Fortnite, you could just use your Xbox and PlayStation account. Or yeah, they call it a sub account just to play. And I understand why you need an Epic account. Like, it's all technical stuff and just to keep the servers safe, or not safe, like exclusive in a way. But to make another account. Also, the game is 103 gigabytes on PlayStation 5. I mean, I have plenty of space. But I don't know, man. Would I? Could I? All that's just for one skin? And I haven't played a battle royale game in years. Especially shooter ones. The last one was Warzone when it first came out. Hmm. I mean, at least I do know that Fortnite does have bot practices, so I could just have fun with that. But uh, I don't know. Well, like I said, it was 10. I was reconsidering, but then I'm like, nah, nah, I can't. Multiplayer may be free, but there's already a couple of games that are worth getting these days. I even just picked up Fatal Frame 2 remake. RE9 is down the line. And yes, I did hear about RE9 getting DLC, so chances are I'm just gonna wait until the game goes on sale. The game RE9 just already made 5 million, sold 5 million copies, and after that, thank you message and announcement from the director himself, something tells me the game's gonna go on sale sooner than expected. Even if it was just $10 less, I probably go with that. Although I would honestly, I would take it if it was 20% off. um, so yeah, I will just wait on that. And what else was coming out? Oh yeah, and then in June, Dead or Alive 6 Last Round's coming out. So yeah, lots of games to pick up, games to look forward to. Also, I just realized this is now the third Team Ninja game I purchased. It was Ninja Gaiden 4, Neo 3, yeah, and Fatal Frame. Team Ninja's on a roll. They got that's 3 games out of 5. The fourth one being Dead or Alive 6, and the fifth one, which is currently in development, the new Dead or Alive entry, which we're just gonna call it DOA 7. Crazy, isn't it? Team Ninja. What's a child doing here?
요라 언니가 그랬어. 헤르타 이모가 대단한 조수를 데려왔다고. 명예기사 언니가 있으니까 여기는 티버티에서 최고로 대단한 음료 가게일 거야. 아직 아닌 거야? 그럼 클레가 가본 음료 가게 중에 최고로 대단한 가게야. 명예기사 언니가 만든
How much longer will Hoyoverse keep us waiting until Alice becomes playable? You know, I feel like as a cock tease, they're gonna be like, Nicole will be first, Alice will be last. Ugh. You know, one of those save the best for last. 알베도 오빠가 데마로우스 삼촌의 숙제를 봐줄 때 진짜 진지했거든. 칼레가 한마디도 안 놓치고 다 드러났어. 그럼 칼레가 멋지게 주문해볼게. 오늘 칼레랑 엄마랑 물고기를 엄청 많이 폭파했어. 진 단장님한테는 비밀이야. Yes, I was gonna mention that.
날씨를 주문할래?
Like mother, like daughter, they enjoy blowing up fishes.
무슨 맛이 나올까?
Alright. A caramel again? Dang. Seems like caramel is a favorite sauce in drinks these days, huh? Double wall. Yeah, Any garnish? How about yeah. That's a funny looking cup.
좋은 날씨 나왔습니다. 클레, 한번 마셔봐. 우와, 좋은 날씨가 이런 색이었구나. 보라색 하늘, 밝은 밤 같아. 클레가 마셔보고 진지하게 생각해볼게. 다 마셨다. 맛있어. 새콤달콤해. 생선구이랑 먹으면 생선을 몇 마리도 먹을 수 있을 것 같아. 식욕 폭발이야. 이걸로 모자란데. 한 잔 더 마시고 싶어. 케이크 같은 음료로. 클레, 어떤 레시피로 해야 할지 모르겠어. 명예기사 언니랑 같이 생각해볼래. 새끼? 클레는 5끼도 먹을 수 있어. 7끼를 모험하려면 체력이 많이 들잖아. 근데 한 번에 너무 배부르게 먹으면 뛰어다니기 힘드니까 조금씩 여러 번 먹는 게 좋아. 전에는 알베도 오빠가 클레 밥을 챙겨줬는데 항상 도시락을 그림처럼 예쁘게 꾸며줬어. 알베도 오빠가 설산에서 일하느라 바쁘면 클레는 기사단 사람들이랑 야영지에서 밥을 먹어. 케이아 오빠의 야영지는 제일 깔끔하고 엠버 언니의 야영지는 가끔 나무 위에 있어서 재밌어. 헤르타 이모는 음식을 진짜 잘해. 엄마가 돌아오고 나서는 재미있는 먹을 게 많아졌어. 예를 들면 여러 가지 생선 사리랑 국물을 푸딩처럼 네모나게 만든 알록달록 불고기 푸딩 같은 거. 바삭 초코도 맛있어. 엄마가 초콜릿이랑 과자로 만든 신메뉴야. 조금 쓰지만 바삭하고 고소해서 쓴맛이 사라지고 나면 훨씬 달아져. 먹고 나면 힘이 솟아나. 다음에 명예기사 언니한테도 몇 개 가져다 줄게.
I don't know if I mentioned this about what was it? Xbox Project Helix? Right, I don't think I mentioned it. And I don't know the details. It was just a teaser, right? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's too soon for a next gen Xbox. Heck, it feels like not even too early. But part of me is feeling like I'm not ready to move on. Even if Microsoft gives out the full details by then. Nah. Excuse me. Yeah, not yet. And God, just imagine what the pricing will be. Especially when Microsoft decided to spend millions on trying to invest in AI, only to back out. Think of all the RAMs that have been spent and still going.
그래도 소금을 뿌리면 먹을만해. 이거? 엄마가 연금 테이블로 만드는 법을 가르쳐줬어. 설탕 잔뜩에다가 엄마의 폰타인 친구가 준 꽃, 하르벨로스 이모의 별꽃.
I still need to get a PS3 controller. My PS3 just sitting there waiting to be played once more.
모양을 상상하면서 엄마를 따라 주문을 외우면 하고 도도코 모양 사탕이 나타나. 명예기사 언니한테도 도도코 사탕 몇 개 줄게. 마음에 들면 엄마가 외우는 주문도 가르쳐 줄 수 있어.
Hang on a second.
명예기사 언니도 원하는 사탕을 만들 수 있을 거야.
모르는 거 생기면 클레한테 물어봐. 마법 사탕에 관한 건 클레가 전문가니까. 엄마가 얼마 전에 대단한 책을 한 권 줬거든. 매일 밤마다 한 장씩 공부하고 일찍 자야 해. 클레, 그 책으로 추진제 만드는 법도 배웠어. 통통 폭탄이 더 통 하고 높이 튕기게 만드는 거야. 안 어려워. 폭탄이랑 비슷한 데가 많아. 크레용 깎듯이 조심히만 다루면 돼.
I don't think a pencil can go boom.
엄청 중요해. 엄마가 클레 옆에 앉아서
Could it?
여러 이야기를 들려주거든. 엄마가 보석으로 만든 등불 같은 걸 꺼내면 그게 따란 하고 빛이 팡팡. 이야기를 따라서 천장의 불빛이 예쁜 그림으로 바뀌어. 가끔은 엄마가 이야기를 하다가 먼저 잠들 때도 있어. 그럼 클레가 엄마 이불을 덮어줘. 클레가 이 등불 쓰는 법을 배우고 나면 명예기사 언니한테 이야기를 들려줄게. 이제 클레는 아는 이야기가 엄청 많아서 모두한테 새로운 즐거움을 줄 수 있어.
At the meantime, I was just having fun replaying RE4 remake. And holy smokes, I almost forgot how challenging professional mode is. The parry window is so tiny. Damage output is just crazy. From the enemies, that is. And every time my armor is repaired, it breaks immediately. And the fact that there are no checkpoints in professional mode. Yeah. Imagine going through so much progress only to be sent back to your last save. As it should be. Although I'm afraid to even know how RE9's insanity mode is like. Some folks have already beaten the game and have speedrun the game, finishing at least around 2 hours. A game that generally if your first run will most likely be like 10 hours at least. Yeah, you can go below that when you speedrun it. And as far as I heard, the glass bottle is the most broken item in the game during Grace's segments. It can somehow kill some enemies, especially the big chunk. I think that's the name. In one hit or something like that. I don't know. It could have been like a bug or something.
왜냐하면 과일의 단맛은 설탕이라. 그러니까 견과류를 꼭 먹어야 할 땐 과일 주스에 담가두면.
Healthy sugars. Okay. I've always wondered how Leon's segments in RE9 would have, like, how would there be an upgrade system? And as I found out, it's a really funny way of how he upgrades his weapon. He just shoves in a bunch of attachments like it's Call of Duty. No merchant, he just goes to a laptop. He has some device that records all of the kills. And I guess he's getting paid for every kills he makes. Sounds like what you do in Hitman. What a mercenary, or I guess in this case, an agent would do, or would receive as payment. Cut to any pieces. Let's do small bits. Shake intent. Oh no, with any intensity. I skipped the word. Kind of wonder what they're gonna do with the DLC. Any glass? How about this? I haven't seen anybody order this glass. And yeah, I think I heard that the Mercenaries is coming back. Highly doubts Grace is gonna be among the characters. I mean, I will be a little bit surprised. I also like how her melee is just pushing the enemies down on their backs.
짜잔, 다 됐어.
But yeah, no, I don't think Grace will be a playable character for the Mercenaries. And it can't just be Leon only, right? I'm sure there will be like other characters.
색이 엄청 많아.
Whoever they'll be in the DLC.
구름 위에 엎드려 있는 것 같아. 훨씬 더
Download Dolphin
대단하게
emulator,
좋은
Steam
날이야.
Deck. Wasn't there a Dolphin, like exactly a Dolphin emulator you can just download from Steam? I remember. Wait, let me see if it's still there. Because I remember the last time you can get the Dolphin emulation directly from Steam. Oops. No, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, no, I've heard about that. Heck, I've seen people download an emulation for 3DS games on Steam Deck. And since the Steam Deck is already has screen touch functionality, it works.
그래, 천천히 마실래. 꿀꺽꿀꺽 다 삼켜버리면 맛을
You want
놓쳐버리니까.
GameCube games on the go? Well, Steam already has that. Way before. Nintendo, on the other hand.
명예기사
Technically, yeah, but, you know, the Switch Online classic games does need internet connection in order to play any GameCube games on the go.
또 오느라 피곤해졌던 게 싹 다 왔어.
The GameCube and Wii emulator.
차분한
Ah,
느낌이야. 와이, 명예기사 언니 최고. 정말
it's definitely gonna be funny to play something like Smash Brothers Melee while the Steam Deck has, you know, Xbox controller layouts.
좋으면 도도코가 노래를 부르겠지?
Oh, but yeah, it works.
도도코가 노래하면 클레도 따라 부를 테니까 도도코의 맑은 날 합창이라고 할래. 클레한테 맛있는 음료를 만들어줘서 고마워. 명예기사 언니.
Although I'm not sure how Wii emulation could work on Steam Deck, considering games like
본드에서
Metroid
제일
Prime
맛있는
3
음료는
does need a Wiimote and
도도코의
nunchuck.
맑은 날 합창이라고. 그럼 엄마가 외우던 주문을 종이에 적어서 명예기사 언니한테
And then when it comes to
선물해줄게.
Twilight Princess, you could just get the GameCube edition.
명예기사 언니도 마법을 배워서 원하는 사탕을 꼭 만들어봐.
Oh, yeah, right, and then Skyward Sword also needs Wiimote and nunchuck functionality. Kirby Air Ride, Smash Bros. Melee, Sonic Rider, Zero Gravity, and Smash Bros. Brawl. Yeah, just as long as you don't get any Wii games that needs a Wiimote and nunchuck. But yeah, those are some easy
어이,
picks.
우리의 명예기사도 헤르트한테 체포당해서 일하러 왔나? 조금 전에도 광장에서 몇 잔
If it were
마셨지만
me,
몸에
I probably
해롭지 않은 범인이라면
I probably
좀 더
download
마셔도
all the
괜찮겠지.
Sonic games that I used to own for the GameCube. Playing Sonic Rider Zero Gravity. What about the first one? I personally prefer the first Sonic Riders. Zero Gravity wasn't bad, essentially. Just, I don't know. I can't put it into words what made the first Sonic Riders better than the second.
오, 그거 대단한데. 제대로
Although I will
손실해봐야겠는 걸.
say the first Sonic
편안한
Riders
대화에
was
어울리면서도
more
강력한 걸로 한 잔
how do
부탁하지.
it was more action oriented, like you know how you have to refill your fuel by rotating the stick and such.
모순되는 기준은 아니야. 강력하다는 건 한 번에 마실 수 없다는 뜻이고 대화에 어울린다는 건 너무 자극적이지 않고
The Sonic games that I
끝맛이
used
달다는
to own
소리지.
for the
그
GameCube
절묘한 균형을
was
맞춰야
Sonic
해.
Heroes, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic Mega Collection, Sonic Gems Collection. No, I didn't own Sonic Riders. I only rented a copy a long time ago.
지금 메뉴에서 가장 편하는 건 가시거울
Shadow the
주스야.
Hedgehog, I
웬만한
never
술집에서
owned
다
it,
파는
but my cousin did
고수
for his
높은 칵테일이지.
Xbox.
물론 레시피만 안다고 다가 아니야. 만드는 과정이 중요하지.
No, I think that was it.
클래식한
That was like the
방식을
only
고수할
Sonic
수도
games
있고,
that I ever
자기만의
got
해석을 더할 수도
for the
있어.
GameCube.
기세 좋군.
But I feel
그럼
like I might
실력 한번
I'm failing to remember some other ones. All right. I'm assuming he wants something big and strong. Shake hard. Didn't complete with or without a memory card. Oh, I know that feeling. First time I bought a GameCube, I had no memory card, so I had to play games like Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin without a memory card. Oh, and God forbid, Pikmin, you need a memory card. Same thing happened when I bought my dad bought me a PS2. Some PS1 games that I had
제 가시거울 호수가
and
어떤지 확인해 보시죠.
PS2 no memory card. So often I would my first PS2 game was SSX, if anybody remembers that. That one I had to use cheat codes in order to unlock everything, since I didn't have a memory card back then.
맛은
It's a good thing though, when the
한번
Xbox came out,
마셔볼까?
that pretty much solved the memory card case. Except what's funny is that Microsoft did create a peripheral
오, 나쁘지 않네.
Xbox memory
제휴의
card,
비율이
didn't
아주
they?
정확해.
Even though the
하지만
console
뭐랄까,
itself does have an
너무
internal
예의 바른
storage.
너무
So what was the
조심스러웠단
point of the
뜻이야.
original Xbox
레시피를
memory card
철저히
then?
지켜서 상당히
It goes
보수적인
into your
비율로
controller, doesn't
칵테일을
it? Because the
제조했거든.
controller, I remember the game Xbox controller had this slot for some peripherals, including a memory card.
마치
But
조금이라도
yeah,
맛이
again, I'm
없다면
not
내가
sure
실망할
why.
거야.
I never bought it. I
걱정하는
never
것처럼.
bothered buying it. It was always about the
우린
GameCube and the
오랫동안 같이
PS2 memory
싸우면서
card.
신도
Oh,
골치
especially the
아파하는
GameCube,
문제까지
how there
해결했잖아.
were like two
생사를
versions,
함께한 사이지.
two variations. The gray one with like 59 blocks, and and then I think 1 year later or two, Nintendo's like, oh, you want more memory because games like Pokemon Coliseum taking up too much of your memory? Well, we have a memory card built just for Pokemon Coliseum, the black memory card with over 200 memory blocks,
우리 사이에
and
조심할
those
거 없어.
flew off the
천재
store shelves.
바텐더다운 기바람을 마음껏 뽐내보라고.
But it didn't take long for me to find one, I remember. But I was like,
얘기 나누면서
you know,
이
thinking about it
술잔에
now,
어떤 영감을 담을지 생각해봐.
it's funny how Nintendo basically repeated history. Remember the Wii U? White basic set, and then the black one. White only had 8 gigabytes, but then you're reduced to 5 because of system firmware updates. And then the black Wii U was 32 gigabytes. And it was like, what? But then Nintendo goes out of the way to say, hey, if you need more memory for your white basic Wii U, we recommend you get a external Seagate hard drive. And that's what I
오,
did.
꽤 그럴듯한데. 정원 얘기가 나오니
Heck, even if you had the black one, you still needed the external memory. Because 32 gigs was not enough.
가디언을 찾아가서 주먹이나 검을 단련했었어. 그러다 한 번은 실수로 놈들의 미사일을 놓쳐서 성벽 감시탑 하나를 날려먹었지. 결국 벌로 성을 50바퀴나 뛰어야 했어. 감시탑을 고친 후에
50
이
laps.
정원에서 부서진 벽을 쌓는 것도 도와야 했고. 젊었을 때 저지른 실수 중에 이게 가장 기억에 남아.
Oh, don't forget to get while you're looking for some games for your Steam Deck, GameCube games, get Eternal Darkness.
클립스는 100년 묵은 술 2병을 가져와서 다이루크.
Oh,
지금의 미카보다도
there's
어렵던
another
다이루크를
gem.
날 감시하던
Metal
벽을
Arms, Glitch in the
떼어내줬어.
System. An IP that Activision, Blizzard still owns, but they completely forgotten.
그날은
It's just a shame though that
정말
the original developers,
기절할 정도의
uh,
밤이었어. 그래서
Swinging
즉흥적으로
Ape
밀폐
Studios, I think
면역을
that's what they're
받아서
called.
술병에 넣었는데
they
기가
unfortunately closed
막히더라고.
down. Metal Arms was supposed to be a series. They even had an ending with a cliffhanger.
클립스도
But yeah,
따라해보더니
a
열심히
shame
칭찬하더군.
that
그러다
I heard that
나중에는
Blizzard
그걸
still
정식
owns the
레시피로
IP, but
추가했지.
yeah, Blizzard.
술꾼들의 반응도 꽤
Why
좋았어.
Eternal Darkness?
그
It's
후로
the
클립스는
rarest
연인이나
GameCube game that you can never
술꾼을
play again,
나눠주겠다고 했지만
and you might as well experience
내가
something
그걸
that
어떻게 받겠어?
you most likely you haven't played yet.
그래. 페루는 은퇴한 지 몇 년이
And while you're at it,
여전히 날
why
볼
not
때마다
play another
참석해.
game that was made by the same development team, Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, which is a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake for the GameCube.
그 뒤를 이은 케이아도 이를 얼마나 나중에 케이아한테
And then
기념소대가
you
얼마나
let me know when you find the
모험할지를
Mario
보여주라고
Yoshi statue and the GameCube. No, not statue. They're like tiny figurines you can find in the game.
어디 보자. 하나를 더 꼽자면 임팩트가 부족해. 가끔은 술에 레이어를 더하면 두 가지 술이 따로따로 미각을
What other ones
자극하며
are there?
파도치게 만들 수 있어. 이쪽으로는 꽤 얌전하게
Well, I
접근했던데
guess Pokemon
좀 더
Coliseum
과감하게 시도해보면 어때?
and Gale of Darkness, even though you can play those on the Switch too now. But of course, through a subscription-based
더 설명할
thing.
것도 없겠어. 멋지지? 망치처럼 생겨서 술도 담을 수 있고 못도 박을 수 있어. 호프만이 아이디어를 내고 찰스가 설계하고 바그너가 제작했지. 10명 넘는 기사들이 각자 돈을 보태서 준비해준 선물이야. 다들 나랑 마실 날만 기다리고 있었어. 이 술잔이야말로 녀석들이랑 공평하게 대결하는데 나는 대단장이잖냐. 술을 마셔온 세월도 더 길고 단련도 더 많이 됐고 내가 조금 더 큰 잔으로 마셔야 부하들한테 공평하지. 안 그래? 물론 술을 마셔온 기간이 나랑 비슷한 녀석들도 있어. 그 녀석들 예를 들면 헤이즐넛 03이랑 헤이즐넛 05 같은 녀석. 예전에 나랑 같이 일록한테 한 방 먹인 실력자들인데 지금은 진의 잡무를 도와주고 있어. 오늘 퇴근 후 술자리에서 나한테 덤볐다가 결국 다트 게임에서 지고 뻗어버렸지. 진한테 말해놨어. 내일 절대로 휴가 승인해주지 말라고.
What other GameCube games are out there? Chibi Robo, I guess? Since Nintendo's not doing anything with the series.
여긴 기사단이 오랫동안
Other than
전선을
always
관리해온 곳이야.
Making
그들에게
teases,
최적의 장소지.
which led to nothing. Just a nothing burger.
원정대가 몬드를 비운 동안
And if you're gonna
사람들이
say
즐길
Chibi
자리를
Robo
마련했는데
seems too much
네가
of a
여러
kiddie
도움을
game,
줬다고
no. There's some disturbing things about Chibi Robo.
가끔 이벤트 때 찍힌 사진들을 찾아보곤 하는데 아쉽게도 모든 사람이 찍히진 않았더군. 결론은 몬드의 사진기 보급률을
Oh yeah, and
한다는
why
거지.
not get the first Animal Crossing? I won't do the Psycho Mantis read your memory card. I wonder how that works in emulation. But hey, at least you know how to beat him. Wait, how does that work in the Steam Deck? How do you unplug the controller? Is there a way you can unplug a controller out of a Steam Deck? Don't know.
내가 이벤트를 맡았다면?
I mean, there should be a way, assuming that Twin Snakes is on that list to download for from the Dolphin.
키우고 성 전원에게 개방했겠지. 각 소대에서 그냥 상상만 하는 거야. 대놓고 술 파티를 열면 진이 칼을 들고 찾아올 거야. 아니, 프레데리카까지 날 잡으러 올 걸? 근무 중인 대원은 절대 취하지 않는다. 우린 노드크라이에서 이 규칙을 지켰어. 그렇지 않으면 직무 태만으로 그래. 원정 대원들이 소대로 복귀하면서 이 규칙이
I was gonna say Mario Sunshine. But we already know what kind of game that is. The original Xbox PPSSPP. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. I tried running that. Somehow my laptop can't even handle it. Or I just didn't understand how to make it work.
주량이 내 3분의 1도 안 되면서 평일에 가볍게 한 잔 같은 소리 하지 말라는 거야. 주말에 나랑 천천히 연습하면 돼. 곤죽이 되도록 먹여주면 일주일은 술이 꼴보기도 싫을걸?
Well, since you got that emulation too, I suggest trying getting what's that one? The first thing that comes to my mind, Shrek. I'm kidding. No, not Shrek. The licensed game, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the original, not the one that's called Chaos Bleeds. The original, because once upon a time, the devs of the Xbox Killer Instinct. Yeah, Killer Instinct used that particular, I don't know, was it engine or some sort of mechanic, something on the lines of that. No, sorry. The game that they created, Buffy, was used for Killer Instinct or something like that. Oh yeah, right. There was a Jet Set Radio on Xbox. What else was on the original Xbox? Something that you cannot play in the current state. Speaking of which, that just reminds me. So, apparently, Xbox announced that they're bringing back backwards compatibility. And it's not referring to... Actually, I don't know if it's referring to Project Helix, but I was uncertain what they mean by that. Is that them implying that... Because this is the second time they mentioned it. The first time was when the Xbox Series the Xbox One came out, and how they were like saying they were going to bring back OG Xbox 360 games for the sake of backwards compatibility. And, that was like one of the biggest selling points for the Xbox One. And now they're saying the same thing again, like they're bringing it back for the Series XS. Which made me think of two things. One, when did they stop supporting backwards compatibility? Like when did they... sorry, let me rephrase that. When did they stop, adding old games to the Microsoft Store. And two, why suddenly now? Like when did they stop caring, and why suddenly now are they caring? I don't know. I'm still waiting for that Transformers games to be on digital storefronts, and somehow, some way, they got to bring back Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, because for those who were unfortunate to buy those games before they got delisted because of Activision's dumbass move, yeah, I'm waiting, and many people are. Don't know where to go when I first started. Well, now that we are older and wiser, I guess, I think now you'll be able to find out, right? You'll probably have one of those moments in video games where I missed it. Where you play a game when you were a kid and you found some part that you couldn't do, but then now as an adult you're like, oh, it wasn't that hard, or oh, it was here the whole time. I always had those moments whenever I go back to playing a game that I used to think was hard, and then it turns out, oh, it was not that bad. Or sometimes, for me, sometimes I have like an opposite effect. Like, I used to be so good at DMC3, and now, after playing DMC4 and 5, I then question, was DMC3 this stiff? And I could say the same about Call of Duty. But then it was clear to me why. It's not the games, it's me. I learned, especially from Call of Duty, like I'm way past my prime. Back then when I used to be like at least beyond average, being good in Call of Duty. Now no, I can't. I'm not as good as I used to be. And it hit me when my cousin also shared that same sentiment. So now he often just plays casual games, RPGs, single player games, sometimes multiplayer when he's in the mood, like Marvel Rivals. But at least, we're no longer in that wavelength of, being peak. We're at our prime when we used to be like good at more than 1 or 2 games in multiplayer. That's the midlife crisis of a gamer when you hit 30. I mean, you could probably go back to playing something like Super Mario, the original Super Mario Brothers, or Sonic the Hedgehog 1, and say, and go breeze it through like no problem. But then some parts will make you feel like age has caught up to you. But again, it depends on the game and how much your muscle memory kicks in. Like, I imagine if I went back to playing RE4, I'm sure 90% of my muscle memory would come kicking in like Leon roundhouse kicking all the Granados. There are a few games I wanted to play since I played the demo of Killzone, Liberation, Loco Roco. I've heard that Size Matter was okay. Liberation is basically those turn-based tactical games. At the time, I wasn't like familiar with Killzone. Oh, what's funny is I can actually buy Killzone Liberation. Apparently, that got added to the PlayStation Store, so I can pick it up whenever I want to. Although, looking at the screenshots, it's just funny to see a PSP game on the bigger screen.
나랑 글램피디아가 배달 주문을 처리하는 동안 네가
Oh, hey, while you're at it, why don't you get for the PSP game, PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale? And then, you know, be like, was it as bad as what people claim it to be? Heck, since I have a PS3, if I could find a copy, then yeah, that'll be great. The only downside is the DLCs are not available, so you won't get characters like Zeus, God of War Zeus. I don't know who else was in the DLC lineup, but yeah, you're just stuck with the base roster. That was on the Vita. Ah, right. Vita.
음료 가게는 당분간
Dang.
계속 영업하면서 원정대 대원들을 맞이할 만반의 준비를
Oh, but you
하려고요.
can get there are two
상시 운영도
God of War
시도해볼까
games you can
하고요.
get on PSP. The God of War Chains of Olympus, the prequel to before the first game, and Ghosts of Sparta that takes place between 2 and 3. Although I think you're gonna enjoy Ghosts of Sparta more, because that's the game that introduced Kratos' brother Deimos. And basically the whole plot of that was Kratos searches for his younger brother.
그리고 명예기사님이 새로 개발하신 특제 음료 말인데요. 괜찮다면 레시피를 남겨서 가게의 정식 메뉴로 추가해도 될까요?
Yes, it's amazing how back in the day some thought it would be impossible to put a God of War game on PSP. But the developers Ready at Dawn Studios proved everyone wrong. Yeah, Santa Monica didn't make the PSP games. It was outsourced to somebody else. But they nailed it. They just somehow managed to cram most of the controls from the PS2 games and put it into the PSP. And then a couple of years later, all 5 God of War games before Ascension was all ported to the PS3. And yeah, even the PSP God of War games look good on PS3. Like they upscaled everything, you know, HD quality. And since you had like dual sticks on the PS3, yeah, it makes dodging so much easier. Because I think the dodging in the PSP God of Wars was funny. You had to like hold the block button, and then since the PSP only had one joystick, yeah, that's how you dodge. You hold block and then push whatever direction you want to go. Whereas how it usually goes, you would use the right analog stick to just dodge. Was Isaac Clarke DLC? I thought he was in the base game. Huh. Okay, so not that many characters. I mean, yeah, to be fair, PlayStation All-Stars didn't, you know, kick off. And you know, in hindsight, I think the developers should have really really should have made PlayStation All-Stars play exactly like Smash. Especially when you look at today now with so many platform fighting games. Some were good, some were bad. Some were love letters to Smash Bros. Melee. And then there's Multiverses, a game that didn't even get out of beta, and it wasn't because of the developers, it was because of good old Warner Brothers games and how they decided to make all bad choices. And one of those bad choices was not funding enough money towards multiverses. Thus, that's why the game had to be shut down. Not only that, there were complaints about how the game was lacking, not lacking, had a very heavy grind, battle pass, lackluster rewards. But in a way, they were like feedbacks that the development team needed, so that when they could release the game in full, they would fix those problems. But again, because of lack of funding and support from Warner Brothers themselves, yeah, it could not go any further. Development could not go further. There was no money coming in, and that was it. And yeah, before it was too late, yeah, Warner Brothers then probably realized, oh yeah, this game exists. Yeah, sorry, can't help you. And nobody was willing to pick it up. I mean, not that they can't. I mean, technically they could. Like, Sony could have dropped in. Microsoft could have dropped in and saved them. But, nah. Xbox, as you know, they prefer to play ball with everybody by sharing is caring. And that did not go well, even to this day. Sony? Well, Sony made a lot of weird decisions as well. Can't rely on them too much nowadays. In fact, I heard from the grapevine, Sony shunned Shift Up, the developers of Stellar Blade. I forgot what the reason was, but yeah, Shift Up was like not having it. They just walked out of Sony. No, I mean, not like they were owned by them anyways. Oh, but expect Stellar Blade to somehow get ported on Xbox and Switch too, because apparently Shift Up is interested in porting Stellar Blade on outside of PlayStation and PC. They're interested, and they have the money. They don't need Sony's funding anymore. And it's really, really stupid of Sony, because Sony completely oblivious. They forgot that Stellar Blade was a big hit seller. And how do I put it? I'm trying to phrase it in a way like Sony would be like to Shift Up, hey, I made you successful. If it wasn't for us funding the game, you wouldn't be where you are. But then Shift Up would argue back and say something like, hey, we made a successful first party game for you. You should be grateful that people had a reason to buy a PS5. And here we are. Shift Up just not having it. And Sony forgot that their greed got the best of them, and soon they're going to start losing trust by a lot of like Eastern developers. Soon, I wouldn't be surprised if Shift Up decides. I mean, there's already words that they're working on Stellar Blade 2. I think it was called Project something, and that, I assure you, is going to be multi-platform. And what's funny is that there is so much inconsistency with Sony. Like, 1 minute they'll be this one company that focus too much on live service games that keep failing, but then they go off to promote a game that they know is going to be successful, and it's not even their own IP. One game that's getting a lot of good buzz, what's it called? Crimson Desert. I think that's developed by the same people who did Black Pearl, right? Hang on. Yeah, right. No, Perlibis is the name of the name of the developer. I think it was called Black Desert, wasn't it? The last game that they worked on. Yeah, Black Desert Online. And yeah, Crimson Desert. If you've seen the game, it looks too good to be real. It's like that same impression people got when they first saw Wukong, and people thought this is a video game. It looks too real, too hyped to be a game, and yeah, it really was. And yeah, Crimson Desert is coming out next week. And apparently, and yeah, it's one of the most anticipated RPG game. Perlibis, where are they from? I want to say they're a Korean dev, but let me see. Crimson Desert has officially gone gold. Good job. Yeah, they are a South Korean game developer and publisher. Once again, proven that Eastern development games really know how to make games. Meanwhile, the West is scratching their heads, being like, live service? Well, only from the AAAs. The AAAs are, however, they are afraid of indie devs. And yes, they're also afraid of Western developed games. But at the same time, it's like, for Sony, it's like, but we have to promote their game because it's on PS5. It's to Sony, it's like that meme where you have to press where they have to like press one of the two buttons, like promote live service game or Eastern game that's also coming on PS5. Oh man, it's like they had to choose, like between Marathon or Crimson Desert. I thought Marathon was free to play, but it's not. So but it is a live service game, right? Because I saw a price tag and it's not even a full one. There was somebody I wanted to try. Because I was making some arrangements, changes on the artifacts. Again. At least it was less of a hassle. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Grandpa Zhongli is level 90.
영광이야.
I finally took the time. The first ever husbando, literally in my roster, that is level 90 before anybody else. Aside of the custom character, since the custom character shares the exact same level cap. So yeah, it was Cheska who had a new artifact. It's all 20, right? Yeah. And then the other was Ayasan, except she's not exactly ready, because I'm missing one piece. Just one. Wait, hang on a second. His talent thing is gonna be tomorrow. Okay. So I guess I should spend those couple of resins in tomorrow then.
움직이지 마. 핫! 지금이다. 목표 고정. 발포.
What does the artifact do? Increases crit rates by 40% for 6 seconds after consuming 1 night point. Yeah, which is instantly at the moment. What does Zhongli skill do? Shield base absorption. Causes nearby geo energy to explode, causing the effects. Shields damage absorption scale based on Zhongli's maximum HP, deals AoE damage, geo damage. Not a lot of damage yet. That's why. But you can only have 2. And just like the Travelers, you can actually climb and stand on it. Except Zhongli, of course, his is taller, has better height. Oh wait, that's right. That's why it's not doing damage, because I did not even level up the artifacts. Okay. How silly of me. Should I keep that? Maybe I should, just in case. The more HP, the better. Because apparently that's what his HP is scaled off of. Oh, wait, his shield is based off of. Not full 20, but... Oh, perfect timing. The coin currency thing is full. Excuse me. Realm coins, I think it was called. Oh, dang, I didn't even pick that up. I usually come here every Mondays just to pick up that fragile resin. Oh, look at that. I'm gonna need to grind a more Mora later. Do I dare? Because on the battle pass it says... How many? Make 50 wishes. I mean, I don't have to do it. And I said I wanted to save my... Actually, you know what? No, I don't need to do it now. Because, yeah, no, Hoyoverse already went out of their way to reveal one new character. Somebody from non-crate, so we're going back there. I think she's a Geo as well. But, I guess what I could do is wait until the special program goes live. But yeah, again, do I... Actually, no, I don't. No. Why would I try to make polls? Even on a weapon banner, why would I do that? Because I can complete the battle pass before the season even ends. And I've always done that. Yeah, I only started to notice why he was doing less damage because as soon as I saw his HP bar, I was like, why is it only 2,000? And then, oh yeah, his artifacts were not even leveled up. But I'm curious, how much can his shield really take up? Since his shield is can absorb based on how much HP he has. Yeah, let's see how durable it is against something like a Ruin Guard. For that. There you go. Where's my shield? Or do I have to hold it? Ah. Wow, three big hits and the shield is still standing. And then I just did a reset. Also, where did that pyro come from? Oh, it's from Cheska. How about the missile? Shield was still standing. Can you handle a second wave? Wow. It does. How about that? Nope, the shield eventually breaks. Nope, that one does more damage because of how many damage it does per second.
최후 통첩이다.
추출.
순순히 항복해라. 무기를.
I didn't even get to see the Ruin Guard turn into stone. Well, it's a good thing there's another one I know I can find. Oh yeah. I heard that Ready or Not got a big, massive update and a new DLC. And yeah, the game finally got a bunch of fixes. And I think they also updated the graphics.
청소 시작.
Yeah, no, now I can see why Zhongli is considered the easy mode. But every time it levels, this thing levels up, what does it do? It just increases the damage. And the shield absorption increases as well. Fortified characters have 5% increased shield strength, can stack up to 5 times and last until the Jade shield disappears. Deals bonus damage based on his maximum HP. Normal attack, normal charge and plunging attack is increased 1.39% of his HP. Oh, that's why everything is scaled off of his HP. Except for his burst. His energy cost is 40. No wonder it recharges fast. 40 is, as far as I know, the lowest. I didn't call that. Why is this here? Anyways. What was I saying? Oh yeah. 40. Generally, most characters' energy cost for their burst recharges usually at 60. 60 is like the average. 80 is, I think, is the highest. But when you have a character where their burst is 40% charge, it's fast. But of course, that doesn't mean you can just launch the burst at a moment's notice after you use it, the first time, because then even the burst has a cooldown. One character I often think of who has like 40 energy charge would be Keqing. That's why her burst is very frequent. But it matches with her playstyle. She's fast. Lightning fast, I should say. And then you have some exceptionals with the way how they recharge their burst, such as Skirk and Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun recharges normal by default, but her specific trait has that. There's a Japanese name for it, but that lightning ring behind her. That one also has a charge of its own, and once it's full. Combine that with her elemental burst. Oh, hello. There's a thing down there. I didn't. Wait, what? I can't get off? Then what's the point of sitting? So is that just a permanent thing? Every now and then I will see this carriage. Interesting. 5 years and I found a chest that I somehow missed. Hey, it's not my fault. Back then, you didn't have this. You didn't have this compass telling you where the nearest treasure is. So all the people coming in late, hey, you have it easy now. Heck, same thing with like items, raw ingredients, raw items. Back then, they wouldn't even tell you where to pick them up. You had to use some of the unofficial websites to find them, and then at least stamp them yourself so that you remember where they are.
장미천 하늘은 만물을 움직인다.
움직이지 마.
난공불락
You may be fire-based, but you're still burning. It feels like a long time until we get Mega Man 12. But
청소 시작.
최후 통첩이다.
Before you know it, 2027 will come by really quickly.
움직이지 마.
Hopefully Capcom releases a demo. Excuse me. In fact, speaking of which, you know, now that RE9 is already guaranteed successful, why not release a demo? They did it with 7 and 8, 2 and 3, except let's not talk about how they did the time trial demo for RE2, 3 and 4. Remember that? Oh, and apparently there is a rumor that Capcom is planning to remake RE1. Yes, RE1 already has a remake, but did you like the over-the-shoulders gameplay? Well, that's what you're going to get with RE1. Or then again, I don't think it's just going to be third person. I think it's clear that what they did with RE9 was a playtest of giving players the choice to play the game in first person or third person. First or third person. And I think the way how it was implemented that way, I think a lot of shooters should do that very often. It's funny though how I say that, and you know, Halo Infinite eventually did that. Except third person was locked behind exclusively into certain modes. But then they eventually made it universal with a toggle, which, by the way, they didn't even say what button was. At least on the game. They mentioned it in one of their showcases, but I didn't watch it. So I had to like look up on the menu, the options, and I didn't see any button binds that says you could switch between first and third person. But yeah, I think Capcom set themselves up for what could be, I would say, in a silly way of saying it, like a revolution to shooters, where instead of just one perspective, why not just have both and have an option or a toggle, or an option toggle to just switch between the two. So I imagine that's what they're going to do with RE1 remake, or I should say RE1 remake. remake. Yeah. Yeah, you can choose to play in first person or third person. And chances are you most likely would play in first person, because if you know RE1, how since it all takes place in the mansion, imagine the claustrophobia you would feel in first person when you go down the halls. Or sorry, the dark hallways. I mean, we've already done that with 7, and I guess 8 if you want to count the Lady D's mansion. And then 9, yeah, except that was a hotel, wasn't it? Or a hotel and then hospital. But a mansion full of zombies that you most likely could hear around the corner. Yeah, imagine that. And it's going to be funny to see Chris, Jill in their younger days. And I hope they keep the Jill sandwich joke. That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich. And I like how the confrontation between Chris and Leon, Chris and Wesker was in the original RE1. Chris was just Wesker shows Chris what he was working on, the tyrant, and Chris just be like laughing, and then Wesker's like, "What are you doing? Stop that!" I mean, to be fair to the voice actors, they were probably not given the context as to what they were voicing, the situation. Stop laughing.
주출. 최후 통첩.
Although, yeah, obviously in the original remake, that obviously changed. Oh yeah, I guess we might as well. We're gonna see younger Wesker, I suppose. Is it too soon for me to talk about RE9 spoilers? Yeah, I think it might be still too soon. I'd give it a month. Cause yes, I did see the endings, and I just want to say something in regards about Spencer.
경천도체.
But yeah, I'll save it. And speaking of remakes, I know Capcom will never do it, but I think Capcom should echo the roots of Resident Evil. The game that actually helped inspired towards the creation of Resident Evil. They should, by all accounts, do a remake of the game that helped inspired it, Sweet Home. Although then again, Sweet Home was
움직이지 마.
if I'm not mistaken, Sweet Home was actually wasn't a video game, but rather it was a video game adaptation based on a Japanese classic movie. So I guess that's why they can't do Sweet Home, never mind. But yeah, Sweet Home was a very unique NES RPG game. And yeah, unfortunately, it was a Japanese exclusive NES game, or I should say, it still is. And yeah, I don't think you will ever see a port of it. But it would be interesting if they remake that, because the way how that game played out is again, it did help inspire Resident Evil. Sweet Home takes place in a mansion, of course. After all, it's called Sweet Home, where not investigators. What do you call those people that go to like haunted places and record with a camera? There's a name for those people. But yeah, 5 of them go into the haunted mansion, and then of course, as soon as they step in and think about stepping out, like leaving, they get trapped. And then all hell breaks loose, where turns out the mansion really is haunted by not just ghosts, but tons of monsters. From zombies, and what was it, paranormal stuff like a flying chair. As for the gameplay itself, so yeah, it's similar to like the first Final Fantasy game on the NES, turn-based. And there are 5 characters that you take control of. And each of them have unique traits of what they can do. One is a healer, one has a vacuum that clears up broken glass, because God forbid the characters you control cannot walk through broken glass. And the best part, the game has permadeath. So, not that many survival horror games ever do that, where you have like a set number of characters and there's permadeath. The one game that I'm reminded of that did do that was what's a game called? Obscure. Obscure, I think, is a game that has been overlooked by many. But whatever you do, do not play the second game. It's actually really bad. Second game does not live up to how the first one played off. Yeah, feel the burn. But yeah. And aside of puzzle solving and monster RPG turn-based combat, there's also some random moments that can happen. Ghost encounters that separate you and your party. There's also moments where you're forced to split up. So you have to make sure you choose, pair up with the right characters. There's a lot of back and forth you gotta do for sure. I mean, just like Resident Evil. And then there's that moment where I mentioned where a flying chair comes at you. And then you have like a moment to like decide which direction you want to dodge. Sounds familiar? Yeah, that's RE3. And yeah, I think the game also has like multiple endings depending on how many of the 5 people survive. Or of course, the good ending is when all 5 investigators survive. So yeah, a bit of a shame that it won't get re-released, or, you know, get some sort of like upscale, upgrade, HD remake or whatever for an NES game. But hey, because of Sweet Home, we got Resident Evil. And it's really funny when you think about who was the one making the game. Yeah, Shinji Mikami, yes, we know him as a legend, but did you know what kind of the kind of games he was making before Resident Evil? He made Goof Troop for the Super Nintendo. Yes, it's funny how he went from making a family-friendly video game for the Super Nintendo, and then suddenly he gets told, hey, we're making a American horror video game for the PlayStation 1 called Biohazard. But in America, we have to call it Resident Evil because there's already a game called Biohazard. So yes, Shinji Mikami, are you up for the job? We know you just finished Goof Troop, but we need you. And thus, Shinji Mikami helped make Resident Evil. And then, of course, many people would remember him of his old days of what how he helped create the foundation of the franchise. And decades later, he would make a spiritual successor called The Evil Within. And then he gave us a rhythm hack and slash game, Hi-Fi Rush. And then that would be it. Except if I recall, Shinji Mikami didn't retire, did he? But no, he just like basically left Tango Games Work, and for good reason. Well, not good, more like unfortunate reason. The writings were on the wall, and he was ready to leave. But at least they gave us games to enjoy. His work will never be forgotten. I also like how Kamiya, when before RE9 came out, there was already I'm sure you heard about it, how the game was already leaked in terms of the ending, and Kamiya was obviously pissed off and told everybody on social media, yeah, it's people like you that ruins the fun for everybody. There's a reason why the man is known for blocking people on Twitter for the laughs. But this one, yeah, this is the one where he crossed the line. Or more like people crossed the line, and he basically put everybody in their place, all those leakers, and telling them to F off. If only people had that mindset like him. Like how Sakurai would refuse to give us a Smash Brothers story mode after Subspace Emissary due to the fears of people leaking cutscenes and endings on YouTube. Yeah, thanks internet. World of Light could have been something different, if you can imagine that. Oh, what? You can't climb? How about on top? No. Dang. Apparently this water is too deep. But not deep enough for Zhongli. Oh yeah, but tall female characters are not that tall. There's a difference, apparently. Tall characters apparently can run fast. But Jean runs faster. Rosaria runs faster at night. Dea runs faster at the day. Jean only runs faster when she absorbs one particle orb. At least when you unlock one of her... Wait, was it a constellation or was it a passive skill? No, I think it's a constellation. Yeah, it's a constellation C2. Picks up a elemental ore, particle. Party members have their movement speed and attack speed increased by 15% for 15 seconds. And trust me, you will love that. I love hack and slash games that give you a boost of your attack speed. So that way you swing faster. Speaking of which, I gotta go back to Arc Knights. Because, let's see, the factory needs more batteries to be transferred. And I don't think I have to assign the operators to do their chores. While, just to let them do something overnight. I should probably do that now, actually. Hang on a second. I've heard that Valve is getting sued left and right. So far, they've been on a winning streak, defending their lawsuits one after another. And right now, the current lawsuit that they are facing is against the New York court, because apparently New York is trying to go against Valve in terms of like gambling. So as you know, Counter-Strike Go, it's no longer called that. It's Counter-Strike 2, right? Yeah, Counter-Strike 2, as you know, has like loot boxes, and you can actually, whatever you get from the boxes, like especially if you get like a rare knife skin, you can sell it to another player that may be interested. And yes, you pay with real money, by the way. It's real Steam wallet money. But no, the real issue that New York is trying to fight against is just gambling and ownership of the item that you're trying to gamble and sell for in the market. And Valve, in their defense, they actually compare their gacha, their loot box, to Pokemon cards. And if you kind of think about it, that's pretty much what's happening in real life. I mean, you know, how do you explain the Pokemon card scalpers now? So yeah, Pokemon cards, as you know, are all the buzz. And yeah, in a way, the same could be said about Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike 2's knives are comparable to Pokemon cards. You gotcha for the cards, and then whatever you do with it, you can keep it or you can sell it to somebody who's interested. But the difference is that Pokemon cards are physical products. Counter-Strike 2 knives are just digital goods. Yet, both do have real life money transactions happen. So yeah, it on right now for Steam it's kind of like a 50-50. Like they could actually lose the lawsuit. But at the same time, if they play their cards right, they could actually win it. And again, this is specifically just New York just trying to tell Valve to F off. And, you know, stop proactively promoting loot boxes. And trust me, if Valve loses the lawsuit, the people in New York, they're gonna start going after everybody else. They're probably gonna go after EA, Activision, basically anybody that distributes gachas, loot boxes. And hey, chances are even Pokemon cards. But if they try to do that, imagine the fact of how Nintendo will feel about that. Because last I checked, New York City has one retail store. That's literally the Nintendo store. Imagine how awkward that would be then. Because people still go to the Nintendo store in New York City. And if the New York law wants to go after Pokemon cards, and if they win, trust me, that means that Nintendo store can't distribute Pokemon cards, and imagine how pissed off people would be. As if New York didn't already have problems last I checked. But this is why Valve has to win. Somehow they have to win. If they could win, that'd be nice, but the odds are kind of there for Valve. But that's the story I know so far. And it's so silly that New York would go this far, complain about gachas, loot boxes, gambling specifically. Meanwhile, in the same country, there is a state called Las Vegas. Wait, is it a state? No, Nevada. Right. Sorry, I don't know American states. Sorry. But yeah, what about Las Vegas? Is New York gonna go after them? Will New Yorkers be offended if they go to Las Vegas? Well, then again, as they say, whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's why it will never touch to New York. But it's silly, don't you think? Doesn't New York already have gambling anyways? From Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Well, then again, this is just people specifically trying to target Valve. There are people, mostly in the West, people in Asia they have no issues with Valve. It's just people in the West side here, they're just trying to find a way to bankrupt Valve. Try to or I think they want to go the extra mile and try to completely destroy Steam. This is why Valve has to win the lawsuit somehow. And trust me, if they lose, it's going to create the biggest crack in the gaming industry. Also, Counter-Strike 2 will most likely be banned in New York. So, hey, New Yorkers, you better start thinking about moving to another state and city. Because Counter-Strike 2 will be completely obsolete if Valve loses the lawsuit. Or better yet, maybe move to a different country that doesn't ban it. And definitely not the UK. UK, oh boy, I'm sure you heard of what's happening to the UK for video games. Well, from what I've heard, they're really just pushing that age verification. You know, there was a time where people, especially, you know, the government would say, hey, the internet is dangerous. Make sure you don't go giving out your personal identification. And here we are. Now some countries, mostly in the West and UK, are like, give me your ID. It's for the sake of your age verification. Okay. Well, what happened to identity protection then? Nah, no. When the government does it, it's okay for them. But when you do it, to them, it's a crime. It's silly, I know. It's gonna come biting them eventually. I just know it. Meanwhile, in Japan, I think I mentioned this before. So, sometime last year, Japan had a new prime minister. And the prime minister is a woman. And you know what she did? Among the list of things she wanted to change? She said, Japanese media will no longer have censorship. She will ban censorship. Which might explain that RE9, if you notice, or if you've seen the Japanese copy of RE9, there's actually gore. They allow gore to be displayed. For the most part, there's like still some moments where the screen just kind of cuts out something, or slowly pans towards, or zooms in just to avoid some gore. But I mean, the gore is still there. You're still popping zombies' heads, and this is actually a big change because if you remember, or if you've seen the Japanese copies of Resident Evil 7 and 8, for example, 7 specifically, 7. Capcom had to release two different versions of Resident Evil 7 in Japan. One is the censored version, and the other is the non-censored. So there's like two different age ratings for those. So if you ever see the censored version of RE7, it's silly. Like, you know the moment where Mia cuts off Ethan's arm with a chainsaw? In the Japanese censored version, Ethan's arm is still intact, and instead of red blood, it's the mold, which reveals the spoilers. I know. And yet, if you remember, in the Western release at least, Ethan's arm gets stapled together. So whereas in the censored version in Japan, Ethan's arm still gets stapled, despite not losing his arm. Oh, and sometimes, and because, and not only that, as Mia attempts to cut off Ethan's arm, Ethan kind of like, his vision gets blurred out as a means of trying to censor the blood, but it's really the mold. So yeah. Oh, and then of course, even weirder, the mold monsters, usually you pop their heads off, but in the Japanese version, in order to know that you got a headshot. No, I think the mold monsters were no problem because it's not like real blood or anything, and they're monsters. But yeah. Oh, and then no, who is it? What's his name? Jack. So we've seen those moments where Jack shoots his head off and body gets blown in half. Oh yeah, in the Japanese version, it's just stupid. His body still remains intact.
지금 바로
But yeah, now in RE9, in RE9,
마침 새로운
yeah, Capcom
싶었거든요.
basically were like, oh, we can finally we can finally add gore to the Japanese version of Resident Evil. Okay, no bars holding us back.
특수 임무? 알겠습니다. 최선을 다하겠습니다.
가끔은 여기서 시간을 좀 낭비하는 것도 나쁘진 않지.
So yeah, good on the Prime Minister. And it's not just video games. She even announced that even anime as well should not, will also ban censorship.
알겠어. 걱정할 필요 전혀 없다고.
Ooh boy, if only the West could follow that example too, but you know how it is.
새로운 업무입니까? 알겠습니다.
Although what's funny is that Mortal Kombat is still a thing, you know, blood and gore. Oh yeah, that does make me wonder if... Then again, maybe not. Warner Brothers games probably wouldn't even bother finally releasing Mortal Kombat in Japan. Since that game for the longest time has been... That franchise has been banned in Japan for decades. Yeah, again, for obvious reasons. So, if you were living in Japan and you wanted a copy of Mortal Kombat, that would set you back $100 back then. I mean, it's pretty much mirrors like how Japanese exclusive games, like if we want to buy a copy of that, yeah. You would have to find a website that would sell it. And then, you know, the cost would be very high. That's why that's why the copy of Dead or Alive Extreme 3 that I have costed me $100. And yes, it works on my PS5, fully backwards compatible. Well, I don't need to worry about that because Dead or Alive 6 is coming back. Or, I should say, Dead or Alive as a whole is coming back. And I am thrilled. I look forward to what kind of changes, improvements they've made. And on top of that, what characters are they planning to bring back? I mean, bring back for sure, but maybe they did say new characters. Well, new could also imply returning ones as well. Wait a minute. No, never mind. No, I'll just go back. There is a new banner that just went live, and I don't got enough. Sad. Once only 80 attempts to guaranteed. Like guaranteed to get the character that I'm seeing, or just guaranteed? Well, you know what's even more sadder? I have her weapon. Well, if I don't get her, at least I'll get the character in the second banner, and then her weapon will be just given to somebody else. Till next time, I guess. All right, gonna switch. Have you heard of a game called Snowbreak Containment? Apparently, that game is under a indefinite out of service, not out of service, suspension. Yeah, because apparently there is a, I don't know, is it a lawsuit or something? Something happening in China where a bunch of ladies are trying to get the game Snowbreak Containment canceled for having too many sexy girls, anime girls. and apparently those very same ladies are fans of that that other gacha game that has a bunch of handsome men. What's it called? Love in Deep Space or something like that. Huh? What is this? Defeat 5 enemies with a oh yeah, that's right. I was just having fun replaying the game with the bolt thrower because I never, and I'm pretty sure nobody else ever bothers using this weapon, ever. So I thought, well, might as well give it a shot, see why it's the most less used weapon. Meanwhile, my inventory is getting a little full because of this bolt. And yeah, I decided to stop playing on professional because professional mode is asking a little too much, man. Parry window is too tiny. I can't do perfect parries on professional. It's too difficult for me. I cry. Except the only time where it's okay is during the Krauser fight. Because at least somehow that's forgiving. Somewhat. I'll use my grenades. It's actually amazing that RE9, you know, RE9 exists, which also means the events of RE6 is canon.
Some kind of shrine.
Despite the hate that the game got.
Same mark from the church.
Yeah, you know, say what you will about RE6, good or bad. It exists. It's part of the canonical timeline of Resident Evil. Can't do anything about it. You're stuck with it. Oh shoot, right. There's a golden chicken egg and there's a giant fish to find. Let's see if my muscle memory remembers where that giant fish is. Thing is, I gotta make room. Or I should probably make some ammo. In this very moment, if Leon had a companion with him, boy, let me tell you a story of the days of my previous life. No, I think it's somewhere at a like a shelter dock thing. So I remember there was like a. Oh wait, I think I see it. Ooh, I have room. Just don't eat it. And to think that the Red 9 was on that boat. You didn't even need to buy it from the merchant. The Red 9 was right here. I might as well restart my raw playthrough of Professional because it is not going my way. I think I'm like really on low ammo and I'm just barely making it through that damn water hallway. Remember that? The iconic water hall. And the game expects me to
I'll be taking this.
go through that like it's that easy. That's a lot of eggs. Alright, might as well go straight to the merchant and sell this stuff. Because my inventory is full. We'll never get a character as just as good as the merchant. I mean, one could argue the Duke, but nah. Sorry, the Duke doesn't hold a candle to how much the merchant lives up to.
I have some new welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference.
Damn, it takes up the whole screen.
Perfect. You're a real professional. Pleasant travels.
Despite knowing where most of the treasures are in the professional run that I was trying to do, somehow it's still not enough. I think the biggest mistake why I've been playing so rough on it, it definitely has something to do with the choice of guns that I've been using. And it's only the 3 starting weapons: the pistol, the shotgun, and the sniper rifle. And the reason why I stuck to those weapons and sold any other new weapons is because the starting pistol with the laser sight felt very good to use. Classic. Although yes, the firepower is weak compared to the Ren 9. Apparently, the starting shotgun is actually decent. It's better than the riot shotgun, I think. And somehow, some way, the bolt action sniper rifle has more firepower than the Stingray. So, yeah. I thought to myself, maybe I could do the entire playthrough of professional mode with just those 3 weapons. At first it was working, but then, yeah, it all basically fell apart. As soon as I run into the worst area in the game so far with little to no ammo. Oh, whoop. Which one was it again? I already forgot. No, it's... yeah, that. Oh, wait. And yet, the original RE4 Professional, as hard as it is, it was still doable. Although, I say that now, but I'm pretty sure if I ever go back to it, it would be a struggle for me for sure. My prime days have already run dry, man. And it's not an excuse. No. No, sir, it's not. Keep forgetting to change Leon's outfit. Wait a minute, is this? Oh no, this is it. I think I left the bear trap still active.
Son of a bitch. One down.
Uh-oh. Such a big space, but given to the but they place a tiny little thing there. Oh yeah, I did leave a bear trap. Just in case. But watch as I somehow step on it. I doubt the bolt throwers will do any good against the doggos. Dang it. Oh well. Gosh, I always hate when the dogs do that. Oh wait, I got the small key. Was it in Capcom's right mind to outsource RE3 remake? Yeah, kind of, because it gave the main core team to work on this game. But unfortunately, just like the original RE3 remake was short and forgettable. So, very unfortunate. But, as some would say, sacrifices have to be made. Because if the core team of RE2 were the ones making RE3, then 4 would have been delayed even further, and chances are the team would have been even more stressed and overworked with, everything. If they were to make 2 and 3 all together. And then, expectations were set high, knowing that, to like you can imagine, it's easy to imagine being in their shoes for a moment. It's like you're told by the higher ups, the remakes are doing so well, we should do a remake of 4, the quote unquote perfect Resident Evil game that basically revolutionized third person shooters. Hence, that's how we got games like Gears of War. I mean, in case like, when you realize it, because of RE4, that there were so many third-person shooters back then. That would come out later. But anyways, yeah. If only... Uh-oh. If only RE3 was given a little bit more time. Because from what I've heard, Nemesis in the remake wasn't as persistent as he was in the original. But hey, at least the final battle against him was pretty good. And then they also they had a proper closure on Nikolai. Because I think in the original they didn't really touch on the character that much. Oh, sir, there's an arrow right at your butt. But what's funny is that after RE9's ending, people looked back on RE3's ending and they were like, Jill, please, Nikolai had the answers. He knew about Umbrella. And yet, you just left him. I mean, to be fair, Nikolai probably was a character you wouldn't really trust. But at the same time, he had the answers. He probably had known about the T-virus. long-term side effect. Did he just fall off in the water? Dude, my arrows! Uh-oh. Oh, come on, man. Oh, well, at least that one dropped the arrows. Alright, no, that spells bad news with that dynamite guy. I swear to God, my previous playthrough of New Game Plus on Professional, I just kept getting bombarded. That guy almost looked like the ghoul from the from the TV Fallout. Oh, hello. Whee! Oh, hello. When was there more? Oh, how lovely. Oh, come on. Oh, we're doing the classic RE4 strategy. They climb up ladder and then they get shot and fall on their asses. Yeah, I guess we're doing it. I always have this feeling that something is behind me, but there's nothing. They just killed each other. The fall killed him. It was not even that far. The fall damage shouldn't have killed you that way. And also, who was in charge of the Molotov throwing? Wait, can I? No. Guess I'll drop down. Ugh, because I was watching one streamer playing this, and somebody in the comments mentioned, like, the Granados, whenever they say something like, how did it go? How did they pronounce it? Avi eso or something like that. Somebody says now it kind of sounds like they're saying I eat my asshole. And then over time, every time the Granados kept saying that, that's all I hear. 1, 2. I forgot where the third one was. So it's nothing changes. It's always the same puzzles, the same answer. But I can but I just can never remember. Oh no, but speedrunners would know. Speedrunners would get the answer right away. They probably even skip the whole combat moment. No, just stay down and burn. Thank you. Oh, lovely. Do I? No, I don't. Apparently the bolt does more damage than the pistol. 2.40. Yeah. Well, by 0.40 decimals, that's a minor difference. But the biggest difference is at least you can retrieve back your ammo. Well, assuming that you don't miss your shot like me. That's not all of it, right? Because I'm still missing something. Because I only have 2 of the hexagons. Was it always? No, it's there should be 3. And they say single player games are dead. Ha. Ha ha ha. And by they, I mean, like, all these companies, AAA companies, thinking like live service is the future. It ain't, man. But in my point of view, it doesn't matter whether the game is live service or a game that is fully price tagged. What matters, for the most part at least, is that the game is fun, functional, and you have people saying, I want to go back because I love the game. But there is one crucial fact that people need to remember. Live service games can go end of service at any point in time, which means the game's live service game, when it goes out of service, there's no way of replaying the game anymore. But full price games, especially when you buy them physically, they are eternal. Unless you buy the game digitally, hey, there's a good chance it could get delisted, just like Transformers and Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And I'm saying this as somebody who's mostly been buying games digitally. And guess what? My middle-age I knew it. See, there is 3. My middle-age crisis life is now telling me, really, I should have just bought a physical copy of games. Oh, yeah. You think gaming? You're just now realizing that? Oh, yeah, don't worry. I've been buying physical games mostly on my Switch. Oh, and I still have my PS4 physical copies of a bunch of Koei Tecmo games. Xbox? Well, unfortunately, because I bought the Series S. Yeah, no disc drive, so I couldn't. Yeah, I know, woe is me. Yeah, well, guess who has it even worse? PC-only fans. You know why? They have no physical copy. They have to rely on digital storefronts like, you know, Steam, Epic Game Store, GOG. There was a time when PC games had physical copies. Okay, where's that last piece? Because I know it's definitely somewhere here. I just can't remember. That's an egg. How could I have missed it though? Would it be marked on the map? No, that's... What is that? Oh, no, I know what that is. Uh-oh, my brain just farted and I don't remember where that last piece where that last piece is. Because what I do know is that you do solve that puzzle before fighting the giant. Shoot, where is that last hexagon piece?
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Thank you. Good as new. Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to remember. I actually have to look it up. Okay. Oh dear. I only took A and B, right? But I don't remember where C is. Excuse me. Or that was A and then C, and I somehow missed B. Oh. Okay, no. Now I know. Finished Sonic Zero Ride for the second time. Still got the handle of the controls. Isn't the drifting is definitely the funniest thing about Zero Gravity. It's not so much of a drift, it's more like, yeah, because of the namesake of the game. You go zero gravity, you like you just float, turn, and then you let go to just zoom. It does feel satisfying to pull off. But I think I honestly would still prefer the traditional drifting. GameCube controls. Isn't it better? Isn't everything always better with a GameCube controller? I don't know why, but I think I played Zero Gravity with the Wiimote. I knew it. I did miss it. I don't know why. Was it always playable with the GameCube control? I think it was. I was expecting at least an enemy or two in here, because sometimes when you backtrack previous areas after fighting the big fish, some enemies would respawn. Some new respawns would be here. Guess not. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember why I only play with the Wiimote. Oh boy, here's my favorite part of every puzzle. That's just painful for me to do in real life. I remember as a kid seeing these kind of puzzles. It definitely was not fun. But as I said before, speedrunners will know the answer. I just know that the middle piece has to go in there. The fact that the hexagon piece was like separated to begin with. Why couldn't Leon just take them individually? Alright, there we go. Like, Leon, since the pieces were separated to begin with, you don't need to flip them. Just take them out one by one and put it all together. One by one. Like a jigsaw puzzle piece. I remember when people were complaining about the paint stains here. The white and especially the yellow. Because it, quote, breaks the immersion. Some would argue it's for accessibility, just to guide players so that they don't get lost. Let's see how many arrows it'll take just for the Giant to expose its weak point. These guys were so common in the original, but now in the remake they are a pain in the ass. Gloria a las Plagas. But hey, it does add tension, the fact that they could just forcefully make Gernardo expose there. Expose the Las Plagas on them.
You got worms too?
Oh yeah, I'm not getting that arrow back. Knife! Don't be cornered. What's he gonna do? What? Why'd you go down? I didn't do anything. Oh, okay. Alright, he has all my arrows stuck on him. It's that dog.
That's what I'm talking
One thing I will say that I don't like about the remake here is how the enemies love to somehow stun lock you. You get hit once and then there's a chance that an enemy will hit you again the moment you start recovering. And I had to deal with that when I was doing that double L giant fight. It didn't even give me a breather to even like heal. I kid you not, I get kicked.
Okay.
The game doesn't even give Leon a chance to get up. No invincible frames either. So, yeah, you know, thanks.
Thanks, bud.
You know, it would have been cool if we find out Leon actually went back here and somehow adopted the wolf to be his pet. Leon may be rich with a Porsche and such, and a really new, nice, slick coat. But he should have had a dog. Or, I guess in this case, a wolf. I saw a fan art of Leon after completing his mission in Requiem. He's laid back in his home with the wolf, the same wolf from RE4. And you know what else? Leon. I suspect that Leon. Actually, no, that's a spoiler thing. But it's also an assumption based off of the ending. Now that one's not a good boy. That one's evil. Do I have a small key? No, just that. I thought there was two. Or is that in professional? Imagine tripping over that gap.
Ashley Graham, I'm here to help.
Time to make some space. There's a small key. Excuse me. I think I still have Ashley in her armor. Hey man, I don't want to deal with the constant helping and reviving and protecting. Oh no, I don't need that. Some people are so fast they've already modded the heck out of RE9. You can now play as Leon, or well, sort of play as Leon in the Grace segments. But you should see the results. It's not like they changed the gameplay. It's just that the cutscenes and the gameplay animation of Grace is all replaced with Leon's model. And then there's shirtless Leon, of course, because the fangirls love to see Leon's, well, anything past beyond the biceps.
Ashley, you in there?
I also saw a mod where
Ashley,
No, actually, that's more spoiler stuff. But yeah, it's just crazy fast. Modders were able to
Listen,
make RE9 less scary. Let's just say.
my name's Leon. I'm here in the president's orders. That went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Leon, please. You're wearing a mask. Of course you'd be freaked out. Funny how he speaks English to them. Yet the villagers, the Granados, they understand. But then again, he is the one controlling the Las Plagas. I guess being infected by the Las Plagas gives you the ability to understand multiple languages. But then what's Tekken's excuse? How is it possible that Kazuya could understand English?
Your father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
The scariest thing about RE4 is the context that only a selective few people actually know about this rescue operation. As far as I know, I think Leon, Hunnigan, and I think even the U.S. president knows about this, the rescue operation. Which means if Leon had screwed up the mission, there is no backup plan. And pretty much Los Illuminados would proceed with their, plan.
Just bought this.
Get the ladder.
Okay.
Oh, Leon. In the next 30 years, you're gonna. It'll stay with you.
There's no way out.
The fact that Leon. Do I even need this? Explode on proximity. You know what? I want to try. I never really got to use this ever. Actually, replace it with the eggs. I already have some healing items anyways. I'm keeping the knives for more bolts later. Maybe I should start using the pistol ammo. 100.
No way.
It's okay, I've got you.
Whatever you say, Leon. But hey, it's okay. It's a cutscene. In real life, I think Leon be breaking more than his back.
Trust me.
It is a miracle that Capcom found their calling with the RE engine.
Thanks.
Uh-oh. No, it's fine.
Roost, I've secured Baby Eagle.
Copy that. Is she okay?
Affirmative.
for the extraction point. Make your way there, and don't let anything happen to Baby Eagle.
Copy that.
Hurry. The weather is getting worse. Roost out.
The dumbest thing, though, you know, the Sadler should have left. If he wanted his plan to, you know, pull through, he really shouldn't have revealed it. At least in the original. Like, if you think about it, in the original, and no, even in the remake, the plot remains the same. The idea Sadler had was to send Ashley back to the U.S. while she's infected with the Las Plagas.
Behind me.
But in the original, the moment you see when Sadler gets introduced, he pretty much reveals the whole plan, and it's like, oh, gee, thanks. Then I guess we can't send her back home just yet. They need the Las Plagas to be removed out of her body. Oh. Oh no, not that one. In the remake, rather than Sadler revealing the fact that Ashley was infected. Oh, geez, wonderful. Yeah, Luis was the one who like confirms the body. The infection that the Las Plagas in her body. And if you notice how in this remake, Sadler is not. It doesn't really make his presence. It doesn't really make his presence known that often compared to the original.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay.
Sadler just shows up in the original so often. It's like a final boss is right there. He could have just finished off Leon if he ever could. And technically speaking, he could have. So that's why in the remake he's not introduced properly to Leon until literally near the end of the game. A big change, if you ask me, but it was a necessary one. Because what kind of final boss introduces himself and, you know, appears multiple times? Oh wait, yeah, that's Bowser and Eggman. But at least Eggman, you know, he shows his face and, you know, does the work. Meanwhile, Bowser, what does he do? He asks his minions, his henchmen, big Goomba, giant Goombas and Koopas to fight Mario. Eggman deals the situation himself. But point is, Sadler, yeah, he could have done the Eggman way, deal with the situation himself. But no, he'd be like, I kill Luis and take the amber. You serve me no purpose. My boy. What was his name again? Salazar? Yeah, Salazar will deal with you.
Welcome. Got some rare things.
Like, really? Really, Sadler? Like, you're not gonna be the one to finish off Leon after you kill Luis? Really? Where do I? When will I get the large resources? Oh no, wild dog. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have to go there. The mansion, the chief's house or whatever. Hello. Oh, and definitely the most nuisance thing about professional mode is that enemies take more than 2 bullets or 1 in the head before they get flinched. Oh jeez, giant boar. It's okay, Ashley, you're invincible. What? Right through the window? I'm calling bull. Penalty. I keep thinking that's the... she's holding a Molotov. Alright, that's it. I couldn't see you, Grandma! Oh, jeez. Body blocking. Three? You know why? Because the game knows I have way too much pistol ammo and decides to give me the middle finger and be like, yeah, you know, we know you got too much ammo. You gotta lose them all. That's how Resident Evil games work. Think of it like Left 4 Dead. Oh, is that a 4th? No. Well, no. 3.5. The Las Plagas didn't grow in her. She was not chosen. Anyways, yeah. Resident Evil be like that with its unique algorithm. When the game knows you have too much resources, it's time to use them all. So they have to make enemies a little stronger. Or in this case, as you just saw, 3 in a row. 3 infected Las Plagas. Or infected Garnados.
Okay.
And then the 4th one was half.
I need you to open it from the other side.
Just like how in Left 4 Dead, the AI director decides your fate. Hey, you're idling too much? Okay, time to send in the horde. The game going a little too easy? Okay, send in the tank. And also a horde. Game getting a little too easy? Okay, let's send a witch and put her right between a hallway that you have to go through, which means there's a good chance you will startle the witch. But there is a strategy. They call it crowning the witch. Which is all 4 players must surround her and shoot her in the head with a shotgun. And assuming that she dies in in 4 shots altogether. But unless you're playing realism mode, that's not happening. But it's a system that works, and a system that I really appreciate because that's how you make a game have replayability. It's like you're playing the same campaign, same level, but the outcome is always going to be different. Like a roguelite, I guess. But before roguelites were like popular genre, yeah, you had games like Left 4 Dead. A rare commodity that shows that the AI director system was very unique, way ahead of its time. And yeah, not a lot of games cover that. Or could ever replicate such a thing. Well, except for one game I guess I could name, Ready or Not. Because yeah, even Ready or Not actually has something similar of that. Hence the replayability. You can play the same levels, but the civilians, the suspects will be in the same spots, or same area, but different spots. Alright, time to take out the cowboy revolver, because we're out here hunting a wild beast. Somehow, some way, there's leaks about the Avengers Doomsday. Don't worry, I didn't even look at it. But I don't know how. Somehow, some way, the internet found the script. Yeah, well, that shouldn't be too much of a surprise considering the
Hi there.
internet. How many shots was that? 7? Wait, hang on, 10? Leon, what kind of revolver do you have that allows 10 bullets in a revolver? Oh, I don't want to go down for that. I eat my ass.
Twisty son of a bitch. Give me a break already.
Apparently, Leon in RE9 you can parry grabs. I guess Leon found a way to counter that. I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but whatever. It just at least makes the hatchet look cool using it.
Seriously, this can't be happening.
It's funny how just doing a sneak attack, even that prevents the Las Plagas from growing. Well, really, what's stopping it from growing? Uh-oh, big piggy or bull over there.
You're serious. Sorry. Must have slipped.
Was that a wrestling move? Where he tries to go for the neck?
Out of the way.
I want to parry you. Wow, why does it take so long for him to notice? Might have to try to practice on the parries since that's gonna be a thing, crucial thing in RE9. Too soon. Too late.
Not bad, right?
The fact that it is taken this long for Capcom to ever put Leon in a Capcom fighting game, or literally the fact that they chose Chris over Leon. Oh, hello. Oi! What did I do? If anybody who deserves to be tackled, it's the guy with the bull head, or the cowl mask. He's the guy you want. Am I missing anything? No.
Nice work. I've got something new for you. A deal well struck. Good as new. Well, that might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life, won't you?
All right. Here comes me favorite part. The fact that they could even choose to kill Ashley, doesn't that kind of ruins the Sadler's plan?
You.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Senorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great. We all have names. Now then. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Hide, now.
Apparently, I heard Resident Evil 9 is gonna have multiplayer.
Ashley, quick. Over here.
I don't know if it's part of like the DLC plan, but I don't know if Capcom should actually do that if it's actually legit. Resident Evil 9, Resident Evil multiplayer.
Okay,
I mean,
it's game time.
doesn't reverse, exist?
Lots of them against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget, this mob is made up of monsters. Done warming up? Hope you're stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Now,
Well, now I have the large resource. But might as well use something first. I am low on health. They should allow you to craft while you're making space when you pick up an item. Oi! Oh, come on, I timed that. Oh boy, doing this in raw professional was thrilling. Oi. No, I don't. He's too far.
There you go. All right, this one's good.
Where did this one come from? Ladders.
Let's go upstairs. Come on.
It's like Lord of the Rings and Helm's Battle in Helm's Deep.
It'll help. Do something, would ya?
Oh. Exactly what I mean about how they gang up on you like that. Giving you little time to react. No invincible frames.
We've got a big one on our hands.
A little busy at the moment.
Hey, I guess we think we're rude. So much for serving this man, huh? I guess bullets work just as well. Hey, are you trying to kill me?
Fire! Aw, well there was one box there. Surviving was the hardest part in when I tried professional, but the hardest was trying to kill the big bull because he had an emerald that I wanted. And trust me, that's not an easy task because survival is one thing, and the other, you want to kill him before Ashley opens up. So I was like palm sweating.
Ashley,
What's happening to me?
Oh, sorry, Ashley, there's no blood in there.
Is this the first time you've coughed on blood like this?
you want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called plaga. Okay, you saw those people, right? But you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that. This, what you're experiencing, these symptoms, they're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with the surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
Wait, you two?
No worries. See, I have a plan. But you're going to have to trust me. Great, we're partners then.
Hey, why are you...
No time for any questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. We'll contact you later.
I wonder how he did the surgery himself. Or unless maybe he had somebody with him before his previous partners were killed. Widow Kirby Air Ride.
Got a smoke?
I do.
Yeah, the first game looked like that.
Now where's the amber?
And the UI, yeah, looks very similar to Smash Brothers Melee. I think Melee was first, right? And then Air Ride came after. Sakurai's wife really knows how to make some really interesting UI.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, Hyde. Okay then.
Checklist.
I'll go get it now.
Like a achievement list? And see, now you get it, don't you? Why people got so excited for Kirby Air Riders.
This is Roost. I've got some bad news, Condor One. With the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous. We're gonna get out of here and find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it. We'll swim home if we have to. Condor 1. out.
Ha, swim.
Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
Which is ironic considering that at the end they take a jet boat out of here.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're in for a treat. Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. Easy work. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Pleasant travels.
Alright, I'll save from here. I saved the game 189 times. Indeed I have. There's over 120 checklists for each game mode. I hope one of them is not multiplayer. But then again, if it is, all you have to do is somehow get a second controller plug in. Or unless there is CPU options. $120 achievements for a game that came out in the early 2000s. I mean, I would say it's Sakurai after all, but it was a simpler time when game developers really did put care and love to the games they make. Now all we got is like live service, monetization, and all that sort. And not to say that we have to rely on indie games. And hey, at least some AAAs like Capcom and Koei Tecmo are still around, never losing their touch. What time is it now? Actually, I just lost track of time. 11:19. Okay, no, then I should call it a day. I wonder what they're gonna do with Grand Blue Fantasy Relinked. I mean, there's a new version coming out, so I wonder, are they gonna just do like a $30 up expansion? Because I hope so. You can't just make it a whole separate game and expect people to pay in full again. Then that makes the original, not worth getting. But then again, they did that with Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. You couldn't even play the original. And hell, the original, the servers are closed. So, yeesh. And yeah, as far as I know, there is no upgrade. You have to like double dip on the game. Sounds familiar? Yeah, I know. Capcom would tell you. Anyways, tomorrow is Saturday. I might. I mean, okay. Well, I can't say I could stream tomorrow, but we'll see. Sunday, as usual, I don't usually stream, but I have an excuse. I'm doing something very important tomorrow. And speaking of doing something, so I had a thought. Of course, I haven't been streaming that often, 'cause excuses. But then I had a thought. Even though I don't have a video editing software, I thought I could just record myself playing games. Probably not much commentary, but just random sessions. Like, I just record myself playing games whenever I have time to do so and no time to stream. Yeah, I could just do like a video style upload. But I guess that also means I have to make thumbnails. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I'll just keep it like classic YouTube before a time where you could upload your own thumbnails. Remember those? The old days, it was very less accessible. But yeah. But because it's not, since again, no editing, yeah, there's gonna be like some, I guess what you say, unfiltered moments, awkward cutouts whenever I end the recording, end of a video. But yeah, it's just a thought, just an idea. So maybe I could do that. Maybe some will have commentary, some others won't. All right. When is the ZZZ special program? Because they teased it, but I don't remember. I didn't see the date. Oh, it premieres tomorrow. A little unusual. Usually it should be on a Friday, but no, ZZZ's 2.7 Champions Never Fall to the Past special program premieres March 14. So be sure to tune in to that special program tomorrow, and don't forget to check out to redeem the code. I think it's only one code. Redeem code, and check out what the next update will have in store. Aside of the obvious, new character and such. I think it's only one new character. Somebody from the NEPs. She was already teased in the current update, but I haven't gotten to that part yet. Actually, no, I think it's two new characters. The last member of Angels of Delusion, and then yeah, the lady with that works at NEPS. I don't know what she is exactly, but her tail looks more like a snake tail. Or it could be a specific reptilian, but yeah. Yeah, finally, after 2 updates, the three amigos, or amigas, sorry, Angels of Delusion will be all together. Well, assuming if you bother to gacha for all 3. I only have 2 of the members. Can I get the third? Well, that depends on the gacha. Let's see, what else? It's funny how I always often forget that Pokepia, uh, despite being a Pokemon Minecraft sort of game, it's actually co-developed by Koei Tecmo. And what's funny is that basically, if you remember, what was it, Dragon Quest Builders, it's pretty much the same game. Because yes, funny quick fact, Dragon Quest Builders was also co-developed by Koei Tecmo. So basically, I guess Nintendo saw how fun Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2 was and thought, "Hey, we need that Minecraft like game. So, hey, Koei Tecmo, can you make us the exact same game but with Pokemon?" And surprisingly, people actually like it. And it's funny how you see more Pokemon animations in a game like that more than the main lines. I mean, until we see Winds and Waves and see if they ever updated or changed the game, the animations, yeah, I say a spin-off game has more animation details at least, than the main lines. But yeah, Koei Tecmo, they had their hands busy. First, there was Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity, Ninja Gaiden 4, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Even though Ragebound wasn't made by them, it was made by the folks who did Blasphemous. And then let's see, Dynasty Warriors Origins DLC, which you should see the price tag on that thing. It's not your typical DLC. It's like almost like $50. And what else? There was they also had a DLC for Warriors Abyss. There was Neo 3, and now Fatal Frame 2. Koei Tecmo have been busy. Whether it's a game that they're making with their IP or Nintendo or the Pokemon Company. What else do we have? They had to. Koei Tecmo Team Ninja had to create a balance patch for Fatal Frame 2. Apparently, the game's a little too hard for some folks. I haven't tried it yet. I mean, I have the game. I haven't seen the balance changes, but I did notice before the patch was announced. Yeah, apparently, even at the first beginning of the game, the spirits do a lot of damage. There was a shout out I wanted to make, but I'm not seeing it. I can't remember. Excuse me. Apparently, Nintendo says there's not Nintendo says. Some folks are having this. I guess I want to say copium news that apparently Nintendo. Okay, Nintendo did say they were slowly careful and being careful with how they want to adjust the price on the Switch 2 and its games. And the copium is that people are hoping that they will lower the price. Well, let me tell you, man. The day they lower the price is the day when these AI losers stop stealing all the RAM. But other than that, nah, I don't know. When was the last time Nintendo ever decided to lower the price permanently on their products? It just only keeps going up, you know. It's got to go down, though, eventually. Excuse me. Man, all these cosplayers for Fatal Frame 2, they were prepared. No, I guess nothing. I don't see any highlights on my Twitter or YouTube feed. Anyway, so yeah, I'll stream whenever I get a chance. And yeah, I will again consider thinking about that video idea. Like if I don't have time to stream, or if I'm not in the mood for that, I can just like record myself playing a game or two or whatever with or without commentary. And yeah, it'll just be like something to watch on the side, I guess. I don't know. Rather than just have my soulless channel be just filled with VODs. Gotta have something less than an hour, right? But then again, I do play games for more than an hour. And that's like outside of streaming, that is. Alright, so with that, I will then see you guys in the next stream. You folks have a good day and a good night. See ya, folks.